that urban maze, selling whispers of a love spell the latest craze. I said I've been out of luck with love, feeling odd. It's been that way since we all started swiping online. She glanced at my heart through a digital line, typed out what you need is a love spell version 1.9. She tapped on her screen, then sent me a link. Said, "This'll do your love spell faster than you blink." It flashed on my phone, a glowing design. I swiped right and tapped accept for love spell version 1.9. In my mind, I started feeling bold, leaving fears behind. But when I texted a heart emoji to a match so fine, it sent one back, thanks to love spell version 1.9. I swiped right and tapped accept for love spell version 1.9. And tapped accept for love spell version 1.9. I swiped right and tapped accept for love spell version 1.9. I swiped right and tapped accept for love spell version 1.9. In my mind, I started feeling bold, leaving fears behind. But when I texted a heart emoji to a match so fine, it sent one back, thanks to love spell version 1.9. Love spell version 1.
Hello everybody. We're going to go on mic, but I'm not going on cam because we are trying to conserve as much power as possible. And even though the cam doesn't use that much, the light that I need for y'all to see me do. So at least this way we can talk and watch and answer questions and do all that wonderful stuff. But you got to give me just a moment, so I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. So, y'all can hear me, right? Everything is working, right? Okay, good. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so yeah, Hurricane Lala. Been an interesting ride so far. And let me know if the audio from the remote camera is too much. I can turn it down or turn it off if y'all want. But yeah, so for my yeah, it's getting a little stronger, but mostly just tropical storm. We're not seeing any hurricane force winds here in Leilani in Pahoa. So, however, further south you go, the worse the conditions become. So we are officially in Hurricane Lala watch mode. Actually, I guess it would be more warning mode at this point. As y'all can see, we have a cam view that we haven't had before here on the channel. This is the new remote camera. It is a feature that I was going to surprise y'all with and debut with the new live stream format, but I figured this event warranted the usage of such a cam. So far it's a test system. Seems to be working pretty well. The image quality seems to be pretty decent. Audio though, not so sure about that, but for what we're going to be using this for, we're really not going to need audio. Sounds like Scott's yelling at Griffin again to come back in. Yep. Yeah, right now the Kilauea cams are just whited out. There's nothing to see there. The only interesting thing going on really is the spectrograms. And of course the weather radar. So let's go take a look at the radar real quick. So here is the Hawaii weather radar. And as you can see, the bands are coming in. Let me get my pencil and everything here. Goodness gracious. So yeah, as you can see, the bands are coming in. Let's go take a look at the wider satellite image. And And we can see that there is a little bit, let me get another color here. There does seem to be a little bit of upper wind shear going on with the storm, which will keep it from intensifying. What's my location on the map? I am there. Here, let's see if we can give you a better. I am here on the east point of the island. Kenji, thanks for joining in. We normally run a 24/7 live Kilauea volcano monitoring stream, but right now we are in hurricane watch mode. We haven't been able to do this for a while, so I wasn't quite prepared for it because I've been working on a new live stream format. So we will have a new remote camera from time to time. What I might do is, how is the F1 cam looking? F1 cam is looking white. There's nothing to see. Oh, mahalo, Lisa, for that $50 super chat. Thank you so very much for this wonderful surprise of a remote camera. Love it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support. But yeah, if you want, we'll flash up the cameras for you real quick. The volcano cameras. This is the V1 live. As you can see, nothing to see. Here's the V2 camera live. As you can see, there's nothing to see there. And of course, here's the V3 camera. Again, same results. B1 gives us a little bit of a view. So this is what we're seeing in the crater, just full of steam. Thermal camera, of course, white out as well on it. K2 camera. This is up at the observation or the old Jagger Museum location. Mahalo for those jewels. Thrash Bash. Oh, thank you, Mystic Bunny Lady, for $5 super chat. Hopefully covers the ads I'll avoid. I'm sure it will. And of course, here's the KW cam. Nothing to see there. And just out of curiosity, let's take a look at the MK2 camera. I doubt there'll be anything there. Let me find it. Where is it in my list? There it is. Yep, MK over on Mauna Kea is all out as well. So nothing to see on the volcano, which is okay because all the action is here in the storm. Well, if you want to see what it looks like when rain hits lava, go put a skillet on the stove, heat it up, and sprinkle a little bit of water in it. Pretty much what it looked like. But as you can see there on the B1 camera, that's pretty much what it looks like when rain hits hot lava material. Is it just turns to lots and lots of steam. Nope, haven't seen any coconuts fly by yet. More than welcome, D. So the grid is out here, and I am on solar battery power. So we are trying to remain as low power as possible. So we're operating in a reduced capacity. Come on over, you can go. A little too wet and chilly for me. But so far here at the homestead, hasn't been too bad. No damage. I've had a few branches come down, and a dead ohia tree fell out in the front, but it just fell in the out in the center area of vegetation. This stuff over here. So no leaks in the house, and I did finally get my office window sealed up. After the Kona low came through and had all that water come pouring in, got that all sealed up. So far, all nice and dry in here. Yeah, when I was a kid, we did something a little similar, but we didn't have icicles. So when we'd go camping, we'd have the fire pit. We'd pull out a log that was, burning, and blow the fire out. So it was just the glowing red coals, and then we'd sit there and we'd drop water on it and watch it hit the spot, and the spot would turn instantly white, and then the water would sizzle away and it would start glowing red again. That was pretty cool too. So yeah, as a kid, Gen X kid, we were allowed to play with fire. We were pretty much allowed to do whatever we wanted as long as we weren't bothering mom and dad. We only had a few rules. Don't do anything that makes you have to go to the hospital, and don't do anything that disturbs the adults. And if you break something, well, that's on you, and you're going to deal with it later. Yep. Not dead, you're fine. Go wash it with soap and water and pour some peroxide on it. You'll live. That was the greatest medical advice that our parents ever gave us. Yep, it's all fun until someone loses an eye. But if you can pop it back in, you're fine. Oh, look at that rain coming in sheets. Looks like I need to maybe go wipe the camera lens. Captain Bill, aloha. So you haven't blown away yet. That is so wonderful. How are you and Volleyball doing? You cure from every scrape. Oh yeah. It's in there somewhere. Did you give up, Scott? I'm on mic.
I'm thinking of giving up. Oh my goodness. They're coming right here.
What's, huh? You ain't even coming in my office
That's
and
not
screwing
right
it.
here.
Oh, there's no room in here for both of us. Oh, is the rain coming in on you?
I'm exhausted. That is just
What?
exhausting.
What, wiping your face constantly?
Yes, it's exhausting. Ready to get dried off in the intro?
I don't know if there's anybody streaming from Hilo or any of those areas. You'll just have to kind of search. We're down here on the east point of the island in Pahoa area. But Hilo probably isn't seeing as much as we're seeing, but then of course South Point area is seeing more than what we're seeing. Raining big time, huh, Captain Bill? What about the winds? How's the winds down there? Yeah, I heard the road's closed down there. Oh, wow. Over 50 miles an hour. Goodness gracious. It's raining sideways. Yeah, I imagine it is. We've seen a few of those as gusts come through here. Just saw a 5-gallon bucket fly by. Wow. Was it full of 5 gallons worth of water? Because I'm sure you had enough rain to fill that puppy up already. Hi, Mr. Griffin. Did you get locked in the house? Oh, that's right. I totally forgot. I can remotely zoom and control the camera a little bit. Oh, I forgot about that. That's not a bad zoom. Definitely see the rain pretty clearly. Griffin, I hate to tell you this, buddy, but you smell like a wet dog. It was 8 feet in the air, going by fast. Well, you didn't chain it all together into a post, Captain Bill? You don't want that moving. You know, furniture's not cheap anymore. You can't have that flying away. Hey, I'll be right back. I'm going to go dry the camera lens. It looks a little, like it's getting a little mist on it. Okay. That seems to have helped. Oh yeah, Captain Bill, we're getting into the worst part of this. You see the island is here. And of course the worst stuff from the storm is here. However, it looks like we are up here on the let me try to draw that a little bit better there. Looks like up here on the east point, we're probably have seen the worst of it from the looks of it. You know, that this one band wrapping around. Looks like we're fixing to get a little bit more, but won't last very long from looks. But that's okay. Yeah, Captain Bill, that's because you're starting to see the worst of it. Well, the beginning of the worst of it. According to the 11 a.m. update, it had slowed down to about 8 miles an hour, which is technically a bad thing. It's better if these things fly by quicker versus slower, because the slower they move, the longer you have to deal with the higher level winds and all the rain. I don't think so. I mean, the ones up here in Hilo area should be fine. I don't know if there's any down south or not. Trees are pretty resilient. So the water will be okay on them. The biggest concern is if the winds strip the leaves from the trees, but they'll recover very quickly. Yeah, things here are pretty hardy. Yeah, from my perspective, it looks like the center of the storm has moved just west of the alignment with us here in Pahoa. But it's the south part of the islands that are going to, or south part of the island that's now starting to see pretty much the worst stuff come in. And here in about an hour or two, the west side of the island will start seeing a bunch of rain and wind swipe in as that top right quadrant of the storm gets over that side of the island, and they lose the shelter of the mountain. Not that I know of, Ken. Wow, really, Captain Bill? You still got power. Nice. Yeah, the power here flickered, or the grid flickered on and off numerous times last night, and then again this morning, and it finally just went out and stayed out here. Well, most of the native wildlife, Ken, here on the Big Island at least, was all mostly birds and insects and stuff. No mammals or anything like that until man arrived and brought, the pigs and the goat and of course imported the mongoose and the rats and everything else. But yeah, it's hard for life to get to these islands because we're right here in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, but not impossible. Ah, good, Captain Bill. And the chickens, yep. No, that is the front. That is the driveway. So, what you see from Scott, this is what's behind him. As of 1 p.m. Hawaii Standard Time, apparently the Hurricane Lala tropical cyclone update states that that radar data indicate that strong rain bands are spreading across the Big Island. Well, we knew that. Producing heavy rain and tropical storm force winds. Well, we knew that. An observation near South Point, around 550 feet in elevation, recently reported a sustained wind of 42 miles an hour, or 68 kilometers per hour, and a gust of 63 miles per hour, or 101 kilometers per hour. An observation site south of volcano, Kealakomo, near 100 feet elevation, has recently reported a wind gust of 48 miles per hour, or 77 kilometers per hour. As of 1 p.m., the location was 18.3 north and 155.5 west, and was about 50 miles to 80 kilometers south-southeast of South Point, Hawaii. About 260 miles to 420 kilometers southeast of Honolulu, and maximum sustained winds were still at 75 miles an hour, or 120 kilometers per hour, while present movement was still northwest, or 315 degrees at 8 miles per hour, or 13 kilometers per hour, with minimum central pressure at 988 millibars, or 29.18 inches. So that's fun. Okay, let me take a look and see if they've updated anything here. Nope, that's all the same. Oh yeah, well, Captain Bill is gonna... Yeah, well, that report was at 1, so that's an hour ago. So your conditions are going to rapidly deteriorate, or should I say, rapidly increase over the next hour for you. So expect more rain and higher winds. So let's take a look at the actual radar. Oh yeah, definitely can see those bands coming in. And for those that are interested, this is the V1 Live USGS cam looking at the north vent of the Kilauea volcano. And as you can see, it's steamed out whiteouts, but we get these little dark blobs that are moving this way on the camera. That is raindrops on the lens. It's not aliens. Though it would be nice if it was aliens, wouldn't it? But it's not. V2 camera, pretty much the same thing. This is located at Volcano House. And of course, this is the V3 camera. The only camera that gives us anything that we can really see is the B1 camera. And this image is from 1:50 p.m. Hawaii Standard Time. So 8 minutes old. This is a still cam, not a live. But still a cool picture to look at. Am I sure? No, I'm not sure. Anything's possible, but I don't think it's aliens. If it was aliens, they probably would have used their weather control technology to push the storm away. Because I imagine it's probably hard to fly their flying saucers in all that wind. Oh. I just felt the house shake. And that gust that's coming through. I subscribed when you were doing Hawaii. Well, we're technically still are doing Hawaii, but we're doing Hawaii as Lava Watchers now. But cool, Ken. Nice to know you're one of our OGs. Karen, aloha. Yeah, well, my idea was to be doing this pretty much all day because I didn't have anything else to do. I couldn't go outside and play, couldn't work on the back porch, couldn't do anything. Yeah, I imagine he probably did. But unfortunately, Scott didn't do the one job he had this morning, and he ended up letting my battery backups go out when the grid went out for a little bit. So we lost connections and everything went down. Yeah, I got to figure out what we're going to do about this. I think me and Tesla's just going to have a conversation about it. Basically, the issue is when the batteries are at 100% charge and the grid goes offline and we switch to batteries, my battery backups think the power went out because the batteries are operating at a certain frequency to tell the system that they're fully charged. And then it's only after they lose a couple percentage of the charge that frequency changes to let the system know that the batteries aren't fully charged and that it could accept power, from the solar panels or whatever. Thank you, Tango Mango. Yeah, so far so good. I'm perfectly safe. I'm inside. Scott, on the other hand, is outside getting pummeled by the wind and the rain. So when that happens, my battery backup sits there and beep, 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 and all the computers stay on, of course, and drain the batteries, the battery backup. So the battery backups are just there to smooth out that flashover that happens when the house switches from grid to batteries backup. So in order to prevent the battery backups from draining, I have to turn on a big appliance like the dryer or the hot water tank or something and pull some of the power out of the battery so it drops down to just, to 98%. So the battery backups will go back online thinking that there's grid power again and go out of backup mode. So apparently this morning around 6 o'clock or whatever, Scott was outside doing the live stream and didn't realize that the grid had disconnected. And, well, y'all know what happened because the stream went offline. But yeah, I got to get a hold of Tesla and figure out what we're going to do about this because I've adjusted my battery backups to go into low, or high tolerance mode so they don't, aren't so sensitive. But that hasn't helped. I've had my Solar Tech change the frequency on the system to a lower frequency, so the battery backups don't get all weird. But that hasn't helped either. So we'll figure it out. Hey, Robert. Jay, how much rain are we supposed to get? 2 to 4 feet, I think is what they said, something like that. So it'll vary based on location. A lawn chair flyby. My goodness. Did no one down there in South Point area prep for this? I mean, that's 101. You take in your 5-gallon buckets, you take in your lawn furniture, you take in your garbage cans. Anything that isn't bolted down, you put into a room somewhere that is bolted down. Well, Captain Bill, if they're really good lawn chairs, you should go out there and grab them, man. Lawn furniture isn't cheap anymore. Wendy, yeah, we did have one. But I don't know if we still got it or not. That's something Scott probably has done. Jay, no, when I was talking about it splitting, I was talking about Azelle, not this one. Yeah, Azelle came in on the west central line of the island, and it slammed right into the eastern point of the island, and then the mountain caused it to split and go south and north around it. So no, this one wasn't expecting it to split, but you can see as these bands come in and they're hitting Mauna Loa right there, and it's causing them to elongate, which is pretty interesting to watch. Yeah, tell me about it, Uncle Virgo. Get Griffin on avocado power, and our batteries could be recharged in no time. Yeah, Captain, I highly recommend just staying inside. It's drier inside than it is outside. And the last thing we need is you flying by in a lawn chair, holding a 5-gallon bucket. But Charles told me to grab it. That works. Motorcycle helmet. If you got any knee pads and elbow pads, I'd probably put those on too. The wind might just blow you down and you go rolling down the hill. Yeah, Uncle Virgo, I think I answered that. I think we had one out there. I don't know if it's still there or not. That would be a question to ask Scott. Yeah, that is a great place to take a walk. It was a short walk. It's just a walk down to the gate, and that's basically my driveway. But when you get to the gate, you could take a left and go through the natural park there in the front of the house. Boy, I think I heard a coquille out there. Yeah, that's what they're saying. Some of the higher elevations are to expect more rain, apparently, than some of the lower elevations. And I imagine that's because the slope of the mountain is going to knock a lot of rain out of the cloud as they slam into it. I think in some of the original reports, they were saying 2 to 4 feet in some places. You know, and I just realized I never did get my lunch. You're in Utah, cool. Yep, if I could send you some, I would. We get plenty here. At least here on the east side. Now the west side of the island don't get as much rain. So this is actually a a blessing for them in disguise. And they know they're just going to get nice and watered, and in 2 or 3 days there'll be some greenery popping up. Yeah, I think, I don't know if it was you or someone over on Scott's stream said the UK hadn't seen any rain in like 4 months. Oh, goodness, there's sheets of water coming down my office windows. I need to check to make sure that window's not leaking. Hold on. Uh-oh. That's problematic. We're annihilating the rain gauge. That's funny. Oh, wow. All right, everybody hold on to your hats and your lawn chairs. Here comes a gust. Yeah, that little spot doesn't drain very well for some reason. They're at the back. All right. I'll be right back. I gotta go take care of a little issue going on here. Okay, I think we're good. Now my socks are wet. I got water spots on my glasses. Goodness gracious. Teach me to open that door, won't it? Oh. Y'all are so funny. I go away for a few minutes to take care of a little water issue coming in through my sliding glass doors, and y'all find LavaBot. Yes, LavaBot is online. Most of all his functions are available. However, camcoms are off. So is the auto rotations and earthquake notification stuff as well. But I don't think there's been any quake activity other than that one earlier that Scott felt that I didn't feel, but was on the spectrograms. Yeah, that looks like the last one. It was a 3.73 magnitude at 30.64 kilometers deep, located 11 kilometers south-southwest of Volcano at 12:32 p.m. Hawaii Standard Time. So, and by the way, I don't know if y'all noticed or not, but we are seeing piston pulses on Kilauea. Uh-oh. Well, that's okay. Now her catchment can get, even more full of water faster. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I suspect things are going to get pretty tore up down there. Griffin, sorry, buddy, but you gotta move. Yeah, I love you, buddy, but you smell like a wet dog and you can't be under my desk. And you smell like a wet dog because you are a wet dog, you poor little thing. You're still just really wet. Did he not dry you when he put you in the house and locked you in here? Okay. I think I might need to go do a camera lens check. Be right back. getting further and further back. Okay. Camera lens is wiped dry again. So, oh my goodness. And now I have a dry pair of socks. So I'm happy. I don't know if I can get them on my damp feet. I tell you, one of the simplest things in life is a dry pair of socks. I mean, if you've never had to run around in damp, wet socks before, then you really have no idea. But I'm a sock person. I don't like walking around barefoot. As a kid, I used to. All the time. You couldn't get me to put shoes or socks on, but something didn't change, and now I just can't stand to walk around barefoot. Nope, rain hitting the windows now. Oh, big gusts come in. Yeah. Luckily, I got to worry about the camera. I've got it suction cupped to the hood of the Jeep. Luckily, Scott had a suction cup mount that had a camera holder on it, or a phone holder. So we got that suction cup to the Jeep. So wind can't blow the camera away. I did have it out there on a little small tripod, but those gusts came up. I saw the tripod slide a little bit, and I'm like, no. I'll end up with a Kim situation, because apparently the wind blew Kim's phone over on a tripod and broke it. The only problem with using my phone as a remote cam right now is I don't have access to my phone. So if anyone's texting me or posting messages on Discord, I ain't seen a word of it. And if you want to let me find it. If you want to join the Discord over on Discord, a lot of good information there going on about the volcanoes, or all that wonderful stuff. So there is the link to the Discord if you want to join us over there. Do what, Hazel? I did hear a hurricane was heading towards Hawaii. You did? Wow, that's news to me. I hadn't heard anything. We just have a just a little rainstorm going on here. You posted a picture of one of your dogs in your dinner. Was your dog eating your dinner? Because I hope it wasn't your dinner was your dog. Oh. Highland winds, is this your fault, by the way? Sent your winds over this way? No, it is pizza. Well, whew, that's good. Had me a little worried there for a moment. I don't know, what kind of dog you got? You got one of those little wiener dogs? Sausage dogs? Because that can be on a pizza, you know. Okay, time for some more of these wonderful little magma pieces here. I really need to put those in the kitchen. Being here on my desk really makes them too convenient. Oh no, Captain Bill can't hear me. Should I talk louder, Captain? Will that help? Or should I turn the captions on? Okay, that should help a little bit. Give you all an idea of where I am, or in reference to the storm. Let's see, maybe if we add my dot jumped. I don't think red's the greatest of color there. Let's go back to white. That's a little bit better. That helps. Oh, Captain Bill finally lost power. Welcome to the club, Captain. What else was being said while I was playing with the dot? Do I have a rain cage to record the rain? I thought there's one out there, but I don't know if it's still out there or not. Scott may have done away with it. Things on the outside tend to move, change, disappear, all kinds of things. Oh, we got a quake. We got a quake. We got a quake. We got a quake. Let's go to Spectros. There it is. OBL. Ooh, that was up on the summit.
This is LavaBot with a Quake update.
Interesting. Okay, back to the comments. What were we saying there? No, rain gauge, yeah. I don't know if it's out there or not. I don't think I've seen it in a while. Reminds me of the severe thunderstorms we had today here in Virginia. Lucky you, thunderstorms. That's my favorite weather phenomenon. So it goes thunderstorms, hurricanes, any type of windstorm, I don't like tornadoes. Never experienced a blizzard, but I don't think I'd like it because I don't like the cold and I don't like snow. I mean, snow is pretty and all that, but I wouldn't want to be in it. And I think hailstorms are exciting, but I don't want to be in one of those either. Thank you, LavaBot, on a don't let Lisa win surf a day again. Lisa, are you and LavaBot having an argument again? Are y'all fighting? You know it's nothing personal, right? He treats all of y'all surfers the same. And you can't blame him if you lack the skill out there on the board. I mean, really, he's just keeping score. All right, be right back. My cup runneth empty. Okay, I am back. Well, later, Highland. Thanks for hanging out with us. Hey, sorry it took so long, but not only did I have to get something to drink, I had to get a snack too. I need some cheese and crackers. But I didn't have lunch. Well, actually, it's ham and cheese and crackers. Nice balanced snack. Okay, up in the kitchen though, this really sounds like it's really fierce out there for some reason. Down here in my office though, it doesn't sound as bad, but my office is pretty good sound proof. Well, not soundproof, but sound dampening for some reason. I don't know why. Why, yes, it is, Captain Bill. I'm actually surprised you're still online. Which I think I'm gonna change the satellite image here a little bit. Let's see. Okay, I think the lowest we can go is what, 12 images per loop? Yeah, I think we'll do 12. Okay. Actually, maybe we'll do 24. Yeah, I like 24. Okay. What time is it? It is 2. Oh, we should have the 2 o'clock mid update out. Let's see. That's still 1. Public advisory. It's 2 p.m. is now available. Let's see what they got to say. Looks like pretty much the same. At 2 p.m. Hawaii Standard Time, the eye of Hurricane Lala was located near latitude 18.3 north, longitude 155.7 west. Lala is moving towards the northwest near 8 miles per hour, 13 kilometers per hour. Some erratic motion remains possible into the night while Lala interacts with the Big Island of Hawaii. After passing the Big Island, Lala is expected to turn westward on Sunday with an increase in forward speed as the core of the storm remains south of the smaller main Hawaii Islands and the easternmost northwestern Hawaiian Islands through the early part of next week. Maximum sustained winds are near 75 miles per hour or 120 kilometers per hour with higher gusts. Intensity is forecast to remain steady over the next several hours as Lala remains near south point of the Big Island. Thereafter, significant weakening is expected tonight into Sunday as Lala passes south of the smaller main Hawaii Islands. Some re-strengthening is possible early next week. Hurricane force winds extend outward up to 35 miles or 55 kilometers from the center of tropical storm, and tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 175 miles or 280 kilometers. The estimated minimum central pressure is 988 millibars or 29.18 inches. So pretty much nothing has changed. Apparently, hurricane conditions will persist on the Big Island of Hawaii into tonight, with the strongest winds expected in areas of higher terrain. Tropical storm conditions will continue to spread westward across portions of the smaller islands from Maui County to Oahu later today through tonight. Then to Kauai County on Sunday. Wind speeds atop mountains and on the windward and leeward slopes are often up to 30% stronger than the near surface winds indicated in this advisory, and in some elevated locations could be even greater. Captain Bill. Rainfall. Lala is expected to produce rainfall totals of 10 to 20 inches across the Big Island, with maximum totals of 25 inches possible. Rainfall of 8 to 12 inches is expected across eastern Maui, with totals of 4 to 6 inches and maximum amounts of 8 inches across western Maui and the remainder of the island chain. This rainfall will produce life-threatening flooding and mudslides, especially in areas of steep terrain. Hawaii, let's see, storm surge. The combination of a dangerous storm surge and the tide will cause normally dry areas near the coast to be flooded by rising waters moving inland from the shoreline. The water could reach the following heights above ground somewhere in the indicated areas if the peak surge occurs at the time of high tide. Hawaii currently is 1 to 3 feet. The deepest water will occur along the immediate coast, where the surge will be accompanied by large and dangerous waves. Surge-related flooding depends on the relative timing of the surge and the tidal cycle, and can vary greatly over short distances. For information specific to your area, please see products issued by your local National Weather Service forecast office. Surf. Swells generated by Lala will continue to build through the weekend. Swells will also build along exposed southern shores as Lala passes south of the islands. These swells are likely to cause life-threatening surf and rip current conditions. Next complete advisory will be at 5 p.m. Hawaii Standard Time. Okay, there we got that. It was blue. Wouldn't that be lows? Oh. I didn't realize that they would be putting out messages. Let's see. What do they got to say? Okay, 8/15/2026 at 2:25 p.m. USGS HVO states that Hurricane Lala is currently passing over the island of Hawaii with heavy rains and wind. HVO's monitoring network, particularly tilt meters, are impacted by rain. HVO continues to monitor volcanoes and earthquakes. Well, yeah, we already know all that. Unless they said something more, because what I saw there was cut off. I really need to. February, I don't want February, I want August. Today's 14th. No, today's the 15th. Oh, Saturday. Okay. We have a new person join? Mahalo. Aloha, new subscriber. Oh, I'm sitting here forgetting to eat my lunch. Or my snack, that is. My lunch snack. No, I know, Cindy, it's just flying by pretty fast. No, it's okay though. I want October to get here. So I can start the Halloween playlist. Oh, look at those bushes. I think they got excited about the Halloween playlist as well. Wow, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4 of you made the wave. But some of you didn't make it. Uh-oh. Who'd we lose? And why y'all out there surfing in these conditions anyway? Oh, we lost Lisa? That was a good robot made from lava. You know, if you weren't so mean to Lava Bot, Lisa. If you'd quit putting so much salt on your lava rocks when you give them back to him, he wouldn't be so salty now, would he? Oh, another new subscriber. And for y'all new people, we are in special hurricane watch mode. We normally are monitoring Kilauea volcano 24/7, which is really exciting, especially when they erupt. But right now we are in Hurricane Lala watch mode. Though we are specializing on just what's happening outside my house and what the current radars are showing. Yeah. Yeah, I had to take that out. No, I just had to take that out, close the window, everything's fine now. I should have done it when I thought about it. And we can. Is this system I'm using? anyone that's got a phone can be a remote camera for me. All I gotta do is send them a link. And I can have as many as I want. And I can control their cameras and their mics and stuff, so if they get naughty or whatever, I can mute them. Yep, so as I was just telling Scott, this new system, anyone's got a cell phone with a camera on it, we can bring you in as a remote cam. That table all goodness, Captain Bill, by the time this storm's over, you're gonna have a whole new set of furniture.
What happened?
Captain Bill keeps giving us reports of stuff going flying by. We've had a 5-gallon bucket, we've had a couple lawn chairs, we've had the cover of a catchment, and now apparently it's a table. Oh, apparently some people down there getting prepped for the hurricane. Oh goodness, that rain just got heavier. Oh, have you been up in the kitchen?
No.
Sounds like a hurricane going on up there. Ooh, maybe with this new system I got going here, I can get Karen over in New Zealand to take us on a live drive or something. That would be cool. Big quake. Where? Okay, my lunch snack is done, and I feel much, much better. However, I think I need to go do a lens check on the remote cam. I shall be right back. Okay, I have returned. So, just did a power check as well. We're at 85% on the solar batteries. The house is only pulling 0.5 kilowatts of power because we are in low power mode. In other words, everything in the house is off except for the live stream computer and the refrigerators, of course. Okay. Oh, someone just threw a bucket of water at my window. Oh, and I gotta go check, make sure I'm not developing another leak or something. Oh, we look good. Everything looks just fine. Boy, who'd think we'd be having this much fun today? Uh, 0.5 kilowatts, or about 500 watts. And that's basically the refrigerator, the freezer, the stream computer, 2 of its monitors, and my remote camera is pulling a little bit of juice because I've got it plugged into AC so the battery don't die. So normally I'm pulling about, you know, when I got everything, when I'm in normal operation mode, I'm normally pulling about 0.8 kilowatt to 0.9, so 800 to 900 watts. And that's usually with, you know, the lights on, different lights are on, all the monitors are on, all the computers are on. Yeah, but the question is, Captain Bill, how many kilowatts of reserve do you have in your batteries? I have 27 kilowatts. So, let's see. Times 85%. So I still have 22.95 kilowatts of reserve power. So if we divide that by 0.5, that's technically about 45 hours. Though, well, wait, no, 45, let's see, 0.5 times 24, not wrong, 0.5 times 24, 12, yeah, no, I guess about right. That's over 40 hours of reserve at this capacity. Oh, and of course the, you know, internet equipment is running as well. Why is your microwave running? That really shouldn't be in the list. That's an intermittent load. So if your microwave's running, you should be pulling more than 0.5 right now. You've got 97 kilowatt backup. How many freaking batteries do you have? My gosh, 97 kilowatts. Even if you're pulling a kilowatt an hour, you'd still have 97 hours worth of power. You sure that's the right number? So you actually have 97 kilowatts of battery backup. Because that would equal 7.1 of my batteries. That's how many I'd have to have I'd have to have 7 batteries to have close to that much power. Okay, well, if you've got 97% full and you're using 0.5, and then you don't have 97 kilowatt of batteries. Because at 0.5 times 24 hours, that would be 12 kilowatts. Alright, so 97 isn't your kilowatt, 97 was your percentage. The clock is on. So what is your do you know what your actual battery capacity is? I mean, I have 2 and they're at they're 13.5 kilowatts each for a total of 27. Oh goodness. Boy, it's really starting to pick up out there. The clock part is on the microwave is on. Oh, well, yeah, but that probably takes like 0.01 watts. So not even, actually, that's probably not even taking it but a watt. Not even a watt. Probably a half a watt. We have 1 Tesla battery. Okay, so you've got 13.5 kilowatts in. Is it Tesla Powerwall 2? Spin, Max. Don't work that way, Robert. Yeah, I know, Jim. I'm just using shorthand. Goodness gracious. Oh, Validal, aloha. It says there's a tree on power lines and a tree across the road on Highway 11 south of Mountain View. Up Sunrun, yeah. Never been too big fond of them. It's up 170% of what we would need. Yeah. Well, if you only got one Tesla Powerwall, so you've got about 13.5 kilowatt hours of capacity. So as long as the power out isn't out and more than a day, you're usually good. But so at 13.5 kilowatt hours capacity, happy Jim, and you're only using 0.5 in your house, that gives you about 27 hours of backup power. However, if you start pulling in bigger appliances like turning the microwave on, or hot water tank, or vacuums, or anything else like that that uses bigger power, and say your house is pulling 1.2 kilowatts, which can be, under normal load, like with lights on, cooking dinner, that type of stuff, TVs and things going. 13.5 divided by 1.2 would only give you 11.25 hours. So as long as you stay in low power mode and stay under 0.5, you're good for at least a day, over a day. Oh, Greg, mahalo, buddy, for that $10 super chat for Swimmers for Griffin. Griffin don't need swimmers, he needs towels. He's out of towels, that silly dog. Is he out there running around in the rain again? Oh, you're making 1.8? Wow, that's nice. Yeah, I don't know what I'm actually making right now. It varies. I've seen it go up to about 1.5 and as low as 0.2 on the solar production. So it depends on the cloud thickness. So in between bands, we produce more. But when the rain bands come over, we produce less. Oh yeah, Jim. I tell you, buying this solar power for the house was one of the best decisions I think I've ever made. I actually took out some of the retirement funds to fund it. But my idea was this: I could leave the money in retirement and hope we don't have another stock market collapse. So I have that money to live on when I'm, old and crippled and can't work. Or I can take that money out and I can invest it in solar power and build a system that's going to last, 30 years and produce all the power I need and not have to pay an electric bill. My average electric bill is $24 a month, and that's just because of grid charge connections. They charge me a connection fee plus taxes, which is ridiculous. And so if I actually added a few more panels and put in a couple more batteries, I could probably disconnect from the grid completely and not even have to pay the grid connection charge of $24. However, problem with disconnecting completely is they will come out and they will pull the lines off the house. If the lines are connected to the house, I've got to pay the grid connection charge. Another little scam there. But so I need that as a secondary backup, because what happens if, you know, panels go out or a battery goes bad or the inverter goes out, you know, then I'm in trouble unless I have, you know, redundancy or, you know, replacement equipment, which, you know, that stuff isn't cheap either. So the 24 bucks a month is like an insurance policy. Let's see what the actual charges are. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. So minimum bill $25. That's the grid connection charge. So they charged me $25, and then they charged me an RBA rate adjustment of $3.73. What rate adjustment? I didn't use any power from them, so there is no rate. So why am I being charged that? And then I'm charged on top of that $1.19 for green infrastructure fee. But I am green infrastructure, and I'm having to pay for myself. So at minimum, my bill normally comes, you know, just under $30 a month with all the taxes. Still better than the $300 that it could be. Well, if I cut them off the house and I go to sell the house, I'd be selling an off-grid house to begin with, which is worth more. Because you don't have that $300 a month expense. So you pay for that up front. So let's see. So $300 times 12 months for at least a minimum. So I can add at least another $4,000 to the value of the house, because for the first year you won't have to, you know, pay $300 in electric fee. So I can sell that savings to you. What's that? How did that happen? Oh, I know how that happened. That's problematic. Yeah, that's the way I look at it too, Jim. You know, 25 bucks for redundancy. You know, that basically means that no matter what happens with my solar power or batteries or inverter or any of that stuff, as long as the grid is on, I will have power until I can get that fixed. And so far, I've only had to deal with it once. One of the inverters, or the first inverter I had, actually went out, had bad capacitors in it. And of course the manufacturer knew this, but they didn't recall them, or they just basically extended the warranty and said, oh, if they go out, we'll replace it. And of course it went out. And I think it took 3 weeks to get a new one shipped here, and then another week and a half or whatever to wait for the installers to come swap it. Didn't cost me a thing though. It was all completely covered under their warranty. Mr. Griffin, I can tell by your face you're still wet. You can't be under my desk. You smell like a wet dog because you're a wet dog, wet dog. Yeah, I know. I don't love you no more. Is that what you're thinking? Oh yeah, Captain. Same here. Well, I'm online streaming. And that's actually only because I've got the fiber optic internet now. If I was still on Spectrum, the cable, I wouldn't have any internet right now because when power goes out, the internet goes out with them. But being on fiber optic, there is no powered line. It's just a... So as long as the CO, the cable office has power, which they do because they have the backup generators and stuff, the internet stays on. Yeah, that's why I switched over to them. Plus I get better speeds. But occasionally they do have network issues like we had last week or so. And, you know, the internet was out for a day and a half or 2 days, whatever it was. Oh, that was a perfect wave and no one wiped out. But Lisa wasn't playing. Lisa. She must got too much water up her nose. Gave up. Actually, y'all be happy that Lisa didn't go out there on that wave, because if you go out there on that wave with her, y'all probably all would have wiped out. Really, 100 feet from your house. I mean, that's not very far. So what are you on now? Are you on your cellular data network, Captain Bill, or do you have like Spectrum or something else that's still on? You know, I think I'd be calling them out from, hey, look, it's 100 feet. You know, you'd make a lot more money, you know, on me over the next year than you would by not extending that cable. Because 100 feet really is nothing, especially for a fiber optic line. You know, it really blows me away that here in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, I can have high-speed broadband fiber optic network. But when I was in Florida, the best I could get was a DSL. According to the phone company, you don't exist. What, does your property not have a proper address on it or something? Because I know there are some situations where people buy property and all they have is the TK number and they never contact streets and addresses and get it converted to a street number. So if you don't have an actual page and street address on your TK, then yeah, the phone company won't know you exist. Oh, cool. Mystic Bunny. Yeah, when I signed up for the fiber optics here and switched over from Spectrum, they ran the fiber line from the pole to the house, wrapped it around the back side of the house, brought it right into where I wanted it, and put the ONT in the location that I specified. All for free. No equipment cost and no installation cost. Well, the router that they gave me though, I paid $10 a month for it, but actually I need to send that back. I keep forgetting to call them. I don't need it anymore. I got my own. All right, Captain Bill, it looks like you should be starting to see the worst of what you're going to see. Huh. They got a landline, but you don't exist. So that means you get free landline service? They can't bill you if you don't exist, right? Let's see. Okay. Where is that screen? There it is. Let's take a closer look. Oh, that's an interesting little... Look at that there. Hold on. Let me... There we go. All right, look at this. See this little spot right here? Interesting how it's kind of taking the shape of the island right there, right? Because, you know, we got the slopes of Mauna Loa that come down through here. So the mountain is modifying the storm. Yeah. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, look how when that swirls around, it dips out. But you can definitely see the center of circulation right here. And this is 24 frames, separated by 20 minutes apart. I believe they're 20 minutes. Let's see. Yeah, 20 minutes. So this... ocean view. Well, here's the south point of the island. Yes, well, with that with that band wrapping around and strengthening, that shows that we've got a little bit of strengthening occurring now, that it's starting to pass the southern axis of the island. So with the okay, let's return back to our normal view. Okay. There. It's a rough outline of the island. Just to help pull a little bit of perspective there. Okay, it's starting to get a little warm down here in my office, and there's nothing I can do about it. Yep. That's because the eye of that storm has now moved to the west of you, Captain Bill. So your winds are probably coming up out of the south about now. And then here shortly they'll switch and start coming out of the east. Right now we're seeing winds come out of the southeast for us. Mr. Griffin, how many times we got to talk about this, puppy? You can't be there. Come on, move. I know, you want to go back outside and play in the rain. Thanks, Hazel. But yeah, for most of us, it's no big of a deal. And Captain Bill hasn't went flying by like the lawn chairs yet, so I think we're all going to be pretty okay. Ooh, you should tie a kite to the cat. That would be fun. Sorry. That's inappropriate. Yeah, as it starts moving to the west of the island, it's most likely going to strengthen a little bit. Because it's less interaction with the topography in the mountains, so. And it is further south than what we originally were expecting it to be. So. And for all those that are still waiting on the me to finish the new stream format for the Kilauea live monitoring stream, this is one of the reasons why it's taking so long to get there. Things like this keep happening. Well, new subscriber just became part of the channel. Ohana. Aloha, new subscriber. And I think in what, 5 minutes you'll be able to chat. So you should say hello. Oh, be right back. No, it's just Kilauea, live Kilauea 24/7 monitoring stream, special edition Hurricane Lala. That's it. Okay, I'll be right back. No, I keep forgetting, when I'm out here by the remote camera, y'all should be able to hear me just fine. Let's come out here and scream. However, I can't see anything y'all are saying at that point. But it's much, much cooler out here than it is in my office right now. Let's run out here. Let me ask out if we still got the rain gauge. Okay, cool. Yeah. Well, that's odd. Yeah, I don't have low back. Okay. I won't be able to look at it right now because my phone is preoccupied. Yeah, go ahead. We'll be using a little bit. The house goes on so it looks like it's really enough to offset half and half. I can't really. You can get a fire, so yeah, but there's no telling how long the power's going to be out. I expect that the grid is fine. I really expect that facility is up, power shut down. And if it's way out here, maybe there's a season that's going to be during the storm and stuff, it's going to have to work out the power. And I haven't heard of any damage or anything down anywhere. I know on Highway 11, just past Mountain View, there's a tree down on the lines up there. But yeah, but that's going to affect us. Sorry, everybody, I had to talk to Kim there for a few minutes. So, we're going back into the mic, so, because now I'm cold. While I'm here, though, let me do a quick lens wipe. Okay, aloha everybody. We are back inside where it's nice and warm. So this will be comfortable for probably the next 15 to 20 minutes, and then I'll be hot again. Oh. Whew. Oh, I gotta go turn off this light. We're pulling too much power. Okay. Don't need any extra lights. I got all the light from the monitor I need right here, for the most part. Hi, Mr. Griffin. Mr. Griffin, your head is all wet. Okay. Ah. So where were we? Oh yeah, Hurricane Lala. Still raging across the Hawaii Island. We should have the next update here in the next hour. Until then, we are just going to have to wait and see what all transpires. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I can tell you that it is blowing 90 to nothing over here, and it's raining cats and dogs. Oh, those poor cats, and those poor dogs. Did you end up tying kites to them after all? I was just being funny. You shouldn't have really done that. Boy, everybody went quiet. So did I. The cat doesn't want to come in the house. Yeah, Captain Bill, I suspect the power will be down for the count until this event is over and they can get out and restore services. So I'm hoping that the outage here is just a controlled outage, because I do believe that Helco was talking about controlled outages in certain areas during the storm. So, and I suspect PGV may have been taken offline here because during the Zell, they stayed in operation, and big trees came down on their main transmission lines, which caused them to go into an emergency shutdown, and they had to vent during the storm, and people were not happy about that, especially the people that lives in and around the plant. Especially when they started to vent. So they may have went into low power mode, and that means they had to cut some of the transmission lines out here. So I'm hoping that if that is the case, that a lot of areas that's out of power right now would come back online very quickly after the severity of the majority of the severity of the storm has passed by. Goodness gracious! You know, I just realized if I wanted more light in my office, I should open the curtains. Ah, that is better. I keep forgetting I've got these windows. I very rarely ever open the curtains or the windows down here. Yeah, most of my airflow comes from my sliding glass doors. I usually just have that open and the back door open, and I get a nice airflow through the office. So I don't open the window hardly at all. Plus, it's kind of half behind my desk and stuff, so it makes it harder to get to. Eddie, talking about my catchment tank? Yeah, I looked at it earlier. That's what you're talking about, and the water level is up to the top of the overflow pipes. Well, Captain, that's kind of what they're worried about. That's why they make interconnection with the self-powered houses such a pain in the butt, and why they don't pay you for your overproduction. Yeah, I send a lot of power to the grid during sunny days that I don't see a dime for, and that's why I really would love to have more batteries, because then I could dump all that extra power into my batteries. And because I look this way, if I used 1.2 kilowatt hours of power every hour times 24 hours, that would be 28.8 kilowatts. That's basically 2 batteries. And if I wanted to go at least 4 days off grid, I would need about 115.2 kilowatt hours of capacity. And if my batteries are 13.5, I would need 8.5 batteries to make that happen. So that's 6 more than what I got now. But I could, with all the extra power that I generate and send back to the grid, I could charge those batteries up in a day. My Powerwall 2 batteries are actually stackable up to 3 deep. So I could have a total of 6 mounted in there. And at 1.2 kilowatts per hour usage, for 24 hours, that's actually a very large usage. That's like, all the computers and monitors going. That's like, all the lights on, the TVs are on. Which, of course, isn't, a 24-hour, thing overnight when, everybody's asleep and the house is dark. I'm pulling, 0.4, kilowatts. So, I wouldn't even need 8. I could get away with 6. So 4 more batteries. However, they're not making Powerwall 2s anymore. You had your volume down, Drake. Well, then you couldn't hear anything I was saying. Megawatt? What kind of power consumption needs do you have, Eddie? Well, exactly, Captain Bill. That's why, you know, when I'm overproducing, I don't have any problem using extra power because, like I said, whatever I'm overproducing, once my batteries are full, is going out to the grid and I ain't getting anything from. So I burn power at that point. All right, Virgo, go do your chores. Megawatt. Oh my god. That's like a small power station. Ridiculous, Eddie. Ridiculous. But I'd be happy with a megawatt too. Even if I ain't using it. I'd hook up my neighbors and sell it to them for half the rate. So instead of them paying 32 cents a kilowatt, I'll charge them 16 cents a kilowatt. I'd still make a little small fortune. What, with a megawatt? The megawatt, you could run everything all day. Oh goodness, let's see. So that's 4 P2s. 1, 4. So that's 8 times 13.5. Oh, that's nice. Whoop, earthquake. No, that was a small one. You know, I just thought of something. I should have Scott sprayed window cleaner on all the windows, on the outside of the windows yesterday. They'd all be clean today. Oh, a megawatt battery, that would be what? Let's see. What are the dimensions of a... Okay, a Powerwall 3 battery is 43.5 inches tall, 24 inches wide, and 7.6 inches deep. The complete unit weighs 287 pounds. How many Powerwall 3 batteries would I need for 1 megawatt hour of capacity? Okay, apparently I would need 75 Powerwall 3 batteries to achieve a 1 megawatt hour capacity. Okay. Based on the dimensions of the Powerwall 3. much space would 75 of them take? To store 75 Tesla Powerwall 3 units, you would need a raw physical volume of 344.4 cubic feet and a total weight capacity of 21,525 pounds. A single continuous row, if you lined up all 75 batteries side by side along one massive wall with the required 4-inch side clearance, wall length would be 174.7 feet. Floor footprint of 110.6 square feet. A grid matrix wall arrangement, if you stack them on a wall in rows of 3 with the required vertical and lateral clearances, configuration 3 rows high, 25 units wide. Wall dimensions would be 11.5 feet high by 57.75 feet wide. Scenario 3, compact back-to-back floor mounts. If you floor mount them in freestanding double-sided rows like server racks in a data center, assuming 5 rows of 15 units, 7 back-to-back pairs per row plus 1 single. Dedicated room size, you would need a room roughly 20 feet by 20 feet to comfortably account for the batteries, racking, and mandatory 12-inch front maintenance clearance walkway and clearance walkways between them. So, using Powerwall 3 batteries, Eddie, you would need a 20 foot by 20 foot room or 400 square feet. So not too bad actually for a megawatt. Oh, another new subscriber to the Ohana. Aloha. Don't forget to click that like button. Uh-oh, neighbor's alarm went off, said glass broken. Uh-oh, must have been one of those lawn chairs. Or was it the cat you tied to a kite? The cat burglar. Local house was vandalized by a cat tied to a kite. No one knows how the cat got tied to the kite, but it did break a window and was found hiding behind the couch in a neighbor's house. Full story at 6. Y'all like it when I do my news announcer voice, don't y'all? It's TV 10 p.m. Where's your cat or dog? Well, I know where my dog is, but your cat I saw flying that way tied to a kite. I wonder, what would happen if you tried to fly a kite during a hurricane? Could you fly a kite during a hurricane? I don't see why you couldn't. It would probably be very chaotic. And you'd probably need some really strong string. You'd probably have to use about a 100-pound test fishing line to keep a hold of it. At times like this, I wish I had a bottle of helium and some balloons. And I'd write on the balloons, "If you find this, please return my cat." Poor cat. What did that cat ever do to me? No, he did. From Houston, asked you to run over to see. Did you tell him there's a hurricane going on right now? Yep, so something probably hit their window and broke it. Probably a tree branch. Lawn chair, 5-gallon bucket, cat on a kite. Johnny, for the Powerwall. Why, thank you. We only need a couple more thousands of those, and we'll get it right away. But mahalo for that $5 super chat. Much appreciated. And should have told him, if I can catch my cat, I'll tie it to a kite and hang a GoPro around its neck and send it over. See if we can see what's going on. I'm sorry, cat tied to a kite. I don't know why that is so funny to me. Yes, there is snow on top of Mauna Kea. Cat scan. That's a good one, seismology. Oh, boy, I was getting there, but you beat me to it. And see, and this is why I like y'all. Y'all get me. Kim said she just dumped 9 1/4 inches from the rain gauge. And it's filled up another 1 1/2. Is she streaming again? Oh, she's on Scott's Live. Okay. Kim is on your live, and she said that she just dumped 9 1/4 inches of rain from her rain gauge, and it's filled up another 9 1/2, or another 1 1/2. All right, buddy, I will be right back and get the cat and the kite and the camera ready so we can do a cat scan. Okay. Hi, Sasha. So, aloha, everybody. That's coming in over off of Scott's Live. So, we've been having a lot of fun over here. We get to see all kinds of information. We get to watch their seismic activity while we watch Lala move on through. We get a view of the front yard versus the backyard. And you'll probably also notice people playing some of the chat games as well. So you can ignore all that if you're not interested in it. But if you're curious, ask questions, and either I or someone in the chat will try to explain that all to you as well. However, we are waiting for the newest update from the National Hurricane Center. Looks like we've got a 4 p.m. update that says heavy rains continue to spread across the eastern Maine Hawaii Islands. Radar data indicate that the eye wall of Lala is nearing South Point, Hawaii, and that was at 4 o'clock. An observation near South Point around 550 feet elevation reported a sustained wind of 51 miles per hour, or 82 kilometers per hour, and a gust of 71 miles per hour, or 114 kilometers per hour. An observation site south of at South Point Park also reported a sustained wind of 49 miles per hour and a gust of 73. Peak rainfall measurements over the last 12 hours have been 12 to 13 inches across Windward, Maui, and Big Island. So we are still waiting on the main 5 o'clock update. So that should be coming out here real soon. And for those that are joining in, yes, unfortunately, in order to chat, you're going to have to subscribe to the channel. I hope that's not a problem, but it's the way we control some of the trolls that like to pop in and make inappropriate comments and stuff. Yes, riffraff. That's another term for them. So, Joker Jake, yeah, to play the games, you got to claim lava rocks, and you can do that by typing CR, and you can claim 1,200 per hour to play with. So, okay. Looks like my camera resolution on my remote cam improved finally. For some reason, it kind of got a little choppy when Scott was out there. Well, Captain, is it getting worse for you down there? By the way, for those just joining in, Captain Bill is actually down there around South Point area, just on the west side of South Point. So he is really getting to see the full intensity of this storm compared to us up here in the Pahoa area on the east side. Sounds like another wave coming in. Actually, let's go take a look at the actual rain radar for Hawaii. So, yeah, here's that band moving in right here. So, yeah, you can see the banding. And, of course, the center of the storm is located over here. Let's take a look at the full Pacific satellite RGB combined infrared. So you can see up here in the circle is the Hawaii Island and Lala. We do have another disturbance out here as well, trying to form up on us, and another wave over here. So, and then we have this little one right here. And I don't, so, but none of those coming up should be too much of a concern for a while. And let's move back over to this screen. Yeah, there's some blackout zones on the radar due to the signal being blocked. Because remember, Hawaii Island is not a flat island. So we have 3 radar stations stationed around the island. Oh yeah, I can only imagine what Rainbow Falls must look like. Probably looks like more like Niagara Falls right now. Yes, this is the RGB composite satellite image that we're looking there in the top left corner. It is the sandwich RGB, and it's on a 24 frame loop. And we get one image every 20 minutes. But we can look at other views if we wanted to. This is the day-night cloud micro combo. And let's see what else we got here in the list. Well, that's not the one I'm looking for. Here's our visible blue. So this gives you a really interesting view that we're kind of looking for here. You can see the center of circulation right in here. And there in that last frame, we'll pause it. There is upwelling of the cloud tops right there, which usually is a signal of increase intensification of the storm. So it is beginning to reorganize. As it is moving to the west of the island. And here, let's return back to our normal view. Hold on, and I will correct the issue. At least I'm going to try to correct the issue. Okay. Will the lava lots have ponds? Most likely not. However, Kim was telling me when I was talking to her on the phone earlier today that she had a small pond forming there by their gazebo, where all the gutters and the catchment overflow was all draining out to. Captain Bill, to find out how many lava rocks are in your bank, just type exclamation point bank. Yeah, but as the rain slows down, that pond of Kim's will dry up pretty quickly. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta take a bathroom break. Okay, I have returned. Oh goodness, seismology. Sounds like you had a good time if you're having to recover. Yeah, Lisa, the remote camera phone had some audio issues apparently. So it does kind of cut in and out. I think there's some audio clipping happening on the phone itself. I just haven't quite figured out how to correct that issue. But it's mostly when the wind really kicks up, I think, is when it happens. So it could just be the phone itself causing the clipping and not the actual streamer on it. However, the 5 p.m. update is out. So let's take a look at that, shall we? Okay. Let's see. Watches and warnings. Summary. Maximum sustained winds. Okay, yeah, here we go. Okay. Current summary of 5 p.m. Hawaii Standard Time of Lala says that the Lala's eye wall brushing the southern portion of the Big Island, damaging winds and heavy rains. What are they talking about? Well, I guess the wall itself is kind of thicker than. Okay, so yeah, damaging winds and heavy rain will persist across the Big Island through tonight and spread westward across the smaller islands on Sunday. Location is at 18.7 north and 156.0 west, so we have moved further west and slight drift to the north. About 30 miles to 45 kilometers southwest of South Point, Hawaii. About 220 miles or 350 kilometers southeast of Honolulu. Maximum sustained winds are 80 miles an hour or 130 kilometers per hour, and present movement is northwest or 320 degrees at 9 miles per hour. So we've picked up a little bit of speed. Minimum central pressure is down from 988 to 985 millibars or 29.0 inches, which that means, like I said earlier, we could tell by the cloud tops that we were beginning to reorganize and increase in intensity a little bit, and the report shows that to be correct. When we see the millibars drop, the central pressure, lower pressure, better organization, stronger center of circulation, stronger eye, and increased winds and rain intensities go up. So 985 millibars is down by 3 millibars from 988 in the last report. So definitely a slight intensification as it has moved towards the western side of the island. And we have also seen an increase in sustained winds from 75 miles an hour to 80 miles an hour as well, according to the National Hurricane Center. Summary of changes with this advisory says that a hurricane warning is in effect for Hawaii County. A tropical storm warning is in effect for Maui County, including the islands of Maui, Lanai, Molokai, and that one that I cannot pronounce, Oahu, Kauai County, including the islands of Kauai and Niihau. A hurricane warning means that hurricane conditions are expected somewhere within the warning area. This case within the next 12 hours. Preparations to protect life and property should now be complete. Now, they should have been completed 12 hours ago. A tropical storm warning means that tropical storm conditions are expected somewhere within the warning area within 36 hours. Interest in the oh gosh, I've never seen this one. Oops, all right, hit the mic. In the Papahanau Mokukia Marine National Monument should monitor the progress of Lala. Okay, I'm gonna have to learn how to pronounce that one. That's more difficult than huma huma nuku nuku apu a. But nonetheless, for storm information specific to the area, including possible island watches and warnings, please monitor products issued by your local National Weather Service Forecast Office. Moving into the discussion and outlook at 5 p.m. Hawaii Standard Time, the center of Hurricane Lala was located near latitude 18.7 north, longitude 156.0 west. Lala is moving towards the northwest near 9 miles an hour or 15 kilometers per hour. Some erratic motion remains possible into tonight while Lala interacts with the Big Island of Hawaii. After passing the Big Island, Lala is expected to turn westward on Sunday with an increase in forward speed. As the core of the storm remains south of the smaller main Hawaii Islands and the easternmost northwestern Hawaiian Islands through the early part of next week. Maximum sustained winds have increased to near 80 miles per hour or 130 kilometers per hour with higher gusts. The intensity of Lala is forecast to remain steady over the next few hours as the hurricane remains near south point of the Big Island. Therefore, steady weakening is expected later tonight into Sunday as Lala passes south of the smaller main Hawaiian Islands. Some re-strengthening is possible early next week. Hurricane force winds extend outward up to 45 miles or 75 kilometers from the center of the tropical storm. From the center, and tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 175 miles or 280 kilometers. So the hurricane force winds have expanded outward. The last report was stating about 35 miles, and now we are up to 45. That also is in conjunction with the intensification of the storm and the dropping of the central pressure of the center of rotation. And rainfall, let's see, and hurricane conditions will persist on the Big Island of Hawaii into tonight with the strongest winds expected in areas of higher terrain. Tropical storm conditions will continue to spread westward across portions of the smaller islands from Maui County and Oahu later today through tonight. Then to Kauai County on Sunday. Wind speeds atop mountains and on the windward and leeward slopes are often up to 30% stronger than the near surface winds indicated in this advisory, and in some elevated locations could be even greater. Lala is expected to produce rainfall totals of 10 to 20 inches across the Big Island, with maximum totals of 25 inches possible. An additional 8 to 12 inches is possible across windward Maui, with totals of 4 to 6 inches and maximum amounts of 8 inches across the remainder of the island chain. This rainfall will produce life-threatening flooding and mudslides, especially in areas of steep terrain. Storm surge. The combination of a dangerous storm surge and the tide will cause normally dry areas near the coast to be flooded by rising waters moving inland from the shoreline. The water could reach the following heights above ground somewhere in the indicated areas if the peak surge occurs at the time of high tide, which could be 1 to 3 feet. The deepest water will occur along the immediate coast, where the surge will be accompanied by large and dangerous waves. Surge-related flooding depends on the relative timing of the surge and the tidal cycle, and can vary greatly over short distances. For information specific to your areas, please see products issued by your local National Weather Service Forecast Office. Moving on to surf, the swells generated by Lala will continue to build westward across the exposed windward waters into Sunday. Swells will also build along exposed southern shores as Lala passes south of the islands. These swells are likely to cause life-threatening surf and rip current conditions. Please consult products from your local weather office. And that pretty much wraps up the 5 o'clock update for Lala. So what we take away is it is moving to the northwest. It has increased slight in speed by about 1 mile an hour. It has intensified. The central pressure has dropped. Hurricane force winds extend about 45 miles out from the center and are showing a max sustained winds of 80 miles an hour with gusts higher. Yeah, so... But that is not unexpected because we did see, did go through the main heating cycle for the day. So from this point, everything is on the downslope. We have pretty much reached the peak, I think, for the southern point. There will still be continued severe conditions, high winds and rains in the south point The northern part of the islands are most likely seeing the worst of that they're going to see so far. Here on the east side of the island, where I am located in Pahoa area, we are still probably going to still see some gusty winds and lots of rain. However, I think the strongest stuff may have passed us by as well already. And on the volcano front, nothing has changed. We still can't see anything. The cameras are all whited out. Just give y'all a quick look. Here's a look at USGS V1 live camera looking at the north vent. Here is the V2 camera that's looking at both the north and south vent from Volcano House. And here, of course, is the V3 camera, which looks at the south vent mostly, all whited out. The only camera that's probably really showing anything is the V1 camera, but we've seen the conditions there have deteriorated as well. We can see the nice little rock ledge there in front of the camera, but the crater is completely whited out with steam. So what we're seeing there is steam, basically from all the rain hitting that hot lava rock material. Let's see what we can see on the K2 camera. K2 camera, pretty much the same thing. We can see the landscape there in the lower part of the image. Across that horizon line right there, of course, is the Kilauea caldera, or excuse me, the Halimamau crater. Of course, that is all that white we see there is mostly steam and rain. So, looking at the KW camera, same thing there, pretty much nothing to see. So, that's why we are watching the remote Lava Watchers yard cam. Okay, it looks like I'm having some issues with remote cam all of a sudden. I'll be right back. Let me go take a look at what's going on. Okay, I think we have the problem corrected. Okay, yeah, I think that has the problem corrected. Apparently, we're having some network quality issues for some reason, even though the we're on the Wi-Fi signal and we're not too far away from the router. The phone was connecting and disconnecting and connecting and disconnecting from the Wi-Fi, so I had to basically recycle. Not quite sure what that was about. But again, this remote cam operation is experimental. This is actually the first live test I've done with it. So far, so good too. I mean, we only had, what, 2 issues to contend with, and that's the clipping of the audio and And this little network connectivity glitch. I really can't complain. Boy, now I realize why I'm getting hungry. It's dinner time. Oh, and for all my dedicated lava watchers out there, let's show you something here real quick. This red band. Can anyone tell me what that is from? Anyone? What is causing this signal on the spectros? I'll give you a hint. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait, no. Right, first way. Yeah. You're absolutely correct. A whole lot of rain and wind. Hurricane. That's exactly what it is. This is caused by the hurricane. This is actually weather signals that we see. And MOKD is up on Mauna Kea, where it is currently snowing, by the way. Because that's on top of the MOKD slopes. So it's getting hit and pummeled really, really hard. All the other ones we see here, you see all the yellow. All that yellow is from the wind and rain as well. Here on RMID and OTL and KKO, we don't see as much because their gain isn't turned up as strong. So each of the seismic sensors has a certain gain level on them. So they're a little bit more sensitive versus not. There's also some high pass and low pass filters applied in order to filter out some noises and stuff. USGS has their own reasons for what they do or how they configure each of the sensors. But all that yellow static you're seeing across the board is basically the weather noise. But MOKD is really seeing it hard because I think they have that one turned up really sensitive because that's one you're listening mostly to Mauna Kea for. And it tends to have a lot of noise on it to begin with. So I thought we would just take a quick look at that because we don't really get to see a signal that red and that consistent on the spectros very often, unless it is weather related. Because seismic activity don't really do that. Now we do see, on OBL and UWE, we see the tremor signal get pretty thick, and fill up half the frequency band there. And that is because of the roar of, remember, that's because of the roar of the lava exiting the system. Well, there on MOKD, that's basically what we're seeing or hearing. There is the roar of the wind and the rain on that sensor. Thank you, Bot. I was just wondering what the weather was in Volcanoes National Park. Current conditions at Volcanoes National Park are heavy rain, wind with temperatures of 65 degrees or 18 degrees Celsius. The wind is blowing from the east at 29 miles per hour. Boy, we don't get to see a weather report from HVNP like that very often, do we? So, east. So that basically means that we are seeing easterly winds coming in from the storm, which means the winds here should be coming out of the east as well. And since my office windows are being pummeled by the rain right now, that would probably be very accurate because they do face the eastern direction. Yeah, that wind report from Hawaii Volcanoes National Park, I don't think is very accurate. CJ, it's probably a little bit more, but you got to remember too that the park is seeing a lot of the heaviest of stuff so far as well. So, but I'm sure they have gust, pretty strong gust up there as well. But I think that would be sustained winds of 29 miles an hour. But we are on the back side of the storm now. So for us here on the eastern side of the island, central east side of the island, things are gonna start winding down for us over the next hour or two. So we're gonna see conditions improve. Let's take a quick look at the rain radar. And Lisa, I'm sure you probably already, I know you asked the question, what are the triangles? These triangles are radar shadows. They're basically where the radar doesn't get to see because we have two radar stations here, and there is a third one. I forget where it is over here on the east side. But basically, they're radar shadows because the signal's being blocked by something, here on the radar. And it's usually the mountainous terrain or something of that nature. Oh, a 6.0 on the Southeast Australian seismic network. Wow. Captain Bill, are you still with us? Or did Volleyball make you get off the phone and come eat dinner? Uh-oh. Something happened to the road. We'll be right back. Well, it looks like we're having connectivity issues again. I'm not quite sure what that's about. I wonder if the device is starting to overheat or something. So let me go do some tech support on it, and I will be back. Okay, that solved the problem. Yeah, so the problem isn't with the stream stuff or the device itself. It's just the internet connection. For some reason, the Wi-Fi keeps glitching out on it. So I have to basically turn it off and turn it on, and everything's back to normal. I just have to ask, do you have to mow that driveway? No, I don't have to mow it at all. I don't know how it happens exactly, but it seems like that, you know, I get up in the morning and it's been freshly mowed or something. I'm not quite sure how it happens. However, I do know, though, that there's a couple times a year that grass does seem to start to grow up all by itself. And but then about maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks later, poof, it's like all the grass just sheds itself and it's all nice and you know, and low again. So it's really, it's almost like magic. I think I have a whole clan of garden gnomes that get out there with scissors or something at night or something. I don't know. Or it could be the Minahuni here in Hawaii doing it. All I know is that it seems to be what's the word? Self-adjusting, self manicuring, self gardening. Whatever it is, it does it itself. I'm smelling food. Yeah, I wonder if they got my menu selection, Robert. I'll have to go look. Nope. Apparently they didn't get my menu selection. Now it is a fend for yourself night. If you're hungry, you have to fix it yourself. Which is exactly what I'm fixing to go do. Is fix it myself. Oh wow, look at that storm. It's really starting to reorganize for sure. Wonder what the 11 p.m. update's going to look like. Excuse me. Walking home, be right back. Well, at least it ain't walking home in a hurricane, Uncle Virgo. Oh yeah, this isn't over. It's gonna go on throughout the night. However, the storm has picked up a little speed. But as it approached the island, it slowed down significantly. It was moving about 13 to 14 miles per hour to the west-northwest until this morning. Then it slowed down to 8-9 miles an hour. Because it started interacting with the island. And that has an effect on these storms. Oh, well, I'm not driving to KL. Actually, maybe I should go out for a drive. Anyway, I'll be back in just a little bit. I'm gonna go fix me something to eat because I am hungry. Aloha, Lava Watchers. I am back. Whew. I see things have calmed down quite significantly. Oh. Now that I've eaten, I've gotten sleepy. And of course the grid is still out, so I expect this will probably stay out until sometime tomorrow. Yes, Eddie, I just got finished with dinner. I see there's been nothing lately from Captain Bill or Volleydall. I hope all is well with them down there. No, not for us here, Eddie. But down south, things are a little bit different story. In this case, the further south you were, the more severe the conditions. But things have calmed down here quite significantly. We're still getting a lot of rain and just a little gust of winds here and there. But as you can see, the action for us is pretty much over. Well, when I say us, I mean us here in Pahoa. However, we will continue to have rain throughout the night and probably early or into early morning as well. However, things down around South Point are still hopping. As you can see there on the radar. Here's the island. Well, roughly the island. And as you can see, the eye wall is brushing the south end of the island. So South Point is really getting those hurricane force winds, which at the 5 o'clock update was hitting 80 miles an hour. So Captain Bill down there is probably seeing 80 mile an hour sustained winds right now, with gusts up to at least 100, maybe even 120. And is getting pounded with driving rain, so they have probably lost cell signal. Some of the towers probably went out of power finally. Uncle Creepy's down that way too at Hawaii Ocean View Estates, so haven't seen him online in a while either, but when power went out, he probably lost his internet. Boy, I'm actually quite surprised that that camera is got such a bright image on it. It's getting dark. Well, it looks like here in just a short few minutes, we're going to have to bring the remote cam offline because it's gotten dark outside and image quality is deteriorating, and before too long it's going to be too dark to see anything. However, what we will do at that point is we will return the stream back to the hybrid format of Kilauea / Lala, where we will rotate through the normal rotation, which also includes the satellite views of the storm. And we will reactivate the camcoms so that y'all will have control over the screens again and all that wonderful stuff. Okay, everyone, I think it is about time to take the remote live cam out of the driveway and retire that for the night and return the stream back to its hybrid format. And actually, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop this stream and do a full restart. So that way we can preserve the last, oh, I don't know, what has it been, 5.5 hours? Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think that's what we're gonna do. So, okay, everybody, we're gonna go ahead and bring this one to a close. Give me a few minutes, and I will restart the live Kilauea incarnation of the stream. So, mahalo for hanging out with us and joining us for this event. It ain't over for us yet, but the roughest part for us here on the east point of the island is pretty much over. Them down south in South Point area, they're still dealing with it, and they will still be dealing with it for a little bit longer. So hope everyone stays safe down there, and we'll be back here in Kilauea Live in just a few moments. Aloha.